The group continued to let Uhtred follow the tracks leading from the party's previously abandoned cart. Uhtred reacted negatively about the party cracking the vault and expecting a cut after assisting with the cracking of the vaults. He does say they should ask the townsfolk if they wish to assist. When Thal said his magic talents would be of use, Uhtred seemed to be somewhat leery of magic, which reinforces what we heard previously about the ban on magical use in town specifically. Um, as the group continued to move, Thal and Kabi were about to jump Uhtred, but Basil does exit the box and get in between the party and Uhtred, and dialogue begins. Basil disclosed the destruction of the boat he and Aethelwulf were on. When Basil asked Uhtred what he knows of his father's mission, Basil felt a strong pain in the back of his head. Uhtred says he knows nothing of the mission. Basil also observes it is strange for Uhtred to be there, particularly right after being knighted and becoming a fully fledged mercenary. Uhtred said that this is merely a new calling. He will always be part of the family, and helping Caius is merely a side objective. Basil does not disclose what Aethelwulf's mission is. Combat ensued. Uhtred said something to the extent of, "When have you ever known me to use words?" And then at that point, combat started. The group was able to disarm Uhtred and bind him with rope. Holo did delve into Uhtred's mind and felt a subtle whisper in the back of his mind. While attempting to subdue him, there were some breath attacks, but the group held off okay. Kavi was eventually able to unnerve Uhtred with a threat, leading to Uhtred yielding to the group. At about that same time, a wood-woad appeared with eyes full of resentfulness and malice. It seemed to focus on Holo, nearly killing her. With great effort, fighting through the regenerative abilities of this monster, the party eventually kills it. Thal was demoralized at his failure to strike this creature with magic. Point of specificity, fire magic. But we won't talk about that just yet. Post-fight, Basil discovers some oddities, contradictions, or just oddness with what Uhtred's story was. Uhtred said he had never cared, Uhtred had never cared for the common folk. Choosing to join the rebellion seemed a bit odd to Basil. Uhtred wishes to repent. Him not seeming repentant in the past seemed odd. Uhtred says he no longer cares about his father's mission, but Basil knows he would never abandon his father. Uhtred insists he found a higher duty. Basil says there is no higher duty from where they come from, which Basil referred to as the only truth in the world, not just a truth of the world, as Uhtred implied. Uhtred was with Uwain. Is that right, Kevin? Uwain?
Owen. The O.
Owain. Give me that spelling for you real quick.
Yep, in Roll20.
Owain. Thank you. Uhtred was with Owain and was tasked to go to Woodhurst, but he was unable to remember what he was checking on specifically at Woodhurst. It seems like there were some gaps in his memory, which Uhtred said maybe he hit his head too hard. But those were the main contradictions that I was able to write down. Uhtred insists the collective is not a religion. Kabi continues to interrogate Uhtred. He confirms Caius came from the North Sands. Jeff, confirmation. Did they say the Soul Sea specifically? Did they clarify on that?
No, it said Northern Sands.
Northern Sands, not the Soul Sea.
Negatory.
At least it has not been confirmed or denied at the very least.
Indeed.
Uhtred says if the party wishes to see Caius, they should seek the number 2, Benedict, an elf man with a soft smile. The party then takes Uhtred to the quarry. As they return, they hear shouts, shouting Amelia's name. The group enters the shack, hearing a thud on the ground as they do so. Nobles look aghast, looking at the ground. Father Theron lies there, bleeding from his head. Sister Isolde puts herself between Theron and Amelia. Sister puts herself between Theron and Amelia, who is being held back eyes with rage, blood dripping from her gauntlet.
Now, just to make sure, I thought that the guy who Uhtred was talking about came from the Soul Sea. Is that still correct, or is this from a different area?
Yeah, I have that as well.
I said Northern Sands. You guys assume Solcy.
Northern Sands. Okay, I'll change it. My bad. My mistake.
I mean, hey, you can take it as you will.
Yeah, what other additions shall we make here? I mainly skimmed it through and got the big bits. I might have missed some flavor here and there. I know in the middle of combat, Holo got in the way of Thal, who was trying to attack Uhtred. And
Holo was also carried by Thauron after the battle had ended with the Woodwood.
and Thal had a 1,000-mile stare as he did so. There was something else that was noteworthy in combat. Whenever Basil started trying to cool down the fight before it really got it started, Thauron said to Basil, turning on us already icy. Unfortunately, this Dragonborn doesn't look to talk. That was said
Yeah.
at like the very start of combat.
Very true. Thauron also had issue with the fire magic that he was attempting to use once they had subdued Uhtred and the Woodwood came out. Had some issue with that. That's when Holo went down, which subsequently led into him carrying her until they got to the uh words come to me. The little hideout they were doing, yeah, when they found Amelia when she had just struck the priest.
Also, Jeff, feel free to confirm, deny, or say nothing. To Holo, did it seem like that Woodwode wanted to kill her and only her, or was that just coincidence?
I plead the fifth.
Because to me, it seemed like it really wanted to kill her specifically. Whether that was because of the moonbeam or because who she is. Unsure.
Yeah. I had assumed that it was because of the Woodwood knowing that the spirit of the forest had like outed her for death in a sense. That's why the Woodwood came out. If that's different, let me know because that's what I definitely wrote down.
I think in the moment, I should have done an insight check to discover that. But alas.
All you know is that the Woodwood radiated a certain level of malice, and while Holo was standing, it went for Holo, and when she wasn't, it went for everyone else.
Fair point.
The DM did not kill confirm. All right. I think we're good on the recap. Are you good on the lighting, or shall I continue to sip my coffee?
I got the lighting worked out, thank you. So yeah, we guys could take it away. You are in a stunned room with a very frustrated Amelia, bloody gauntlet, knocked out Father Theron on the ground, and a very scared yet frustrated Sister Isolde, stretching her arms out as if to protect Father Theron from further damage.
Yeah, I think Thauron was the one to enter, and then we stopped with him seeing the scene. Um, Given how Thauron is feeling, chances are he'll probably just like turn around and not pay it any attention.
So it's just you in the room? I don't recall if everyone else followed him.
I don't know if anyone else. I know when we first entered, we heard commotion, and Holo was coming to consciousness. After Thauron realized Holo was coming to consciousness, he did put her down and entered the room. I think the last thing he saw was the priest on the ground, the priestess covering him, and the sister holding back Amelia from striking him again.
Despite the commotion, Kabi would not want to let Uthred out of his sight, so he would have stayed behind, unless Uthred also is led into the room.
That would be on between you and Basil. Kevin, remind me, did you carry Uthred into the room or did you stay behind?
I don't think we walked in the room. And Basil's not really like Kavi's not leaving Uhtred's side.
And then Thauron, you were carrying Holo. Did you leave her with Kabi or were you in the room?
Say again?
You were carrying Holo. Did you set her down in the room prior or did you carry her in?
No, I guess that's a good question. Whenever I believe at the end of the session, she woke up. If she woke up while I was moving inwards, and she woke up with all the commotion that was going on inside and them being hold, he would have put her down there. But if she woke up before he actually went in, then he would have put her down at the exit and then walked forward. So I don't remember which one it was.
I don't think we really established any of this. I think the last word was you showed us what we saw and the shout and etc. So I think in that moment we could have decided these facts. So I think we could posthumously say where we're at the start of session. Whether Thal put Holo down or not, she would have limped into that room.
Yeah, so I
so
guess
you weren't conscious.
Yeah, I think you didn't want me to miss out, so you said, you're awake.
That
I
sounds
was like,
correct.
thank you, DM.
So this is the scene that we have before Thauron and Holo then.
Yeah, sounds fair.
I think Kola would limp up, probably bleeding, bruised, and otherwise looking horrible. She will hold on to her quarterstaff to hold her up.
Amelia kind of straightens herself and looks back to you all and she says, "Hello. I see you all back. Did you find them?"
Still working on it, you could say. We've been fighting, and it sounds as though you all have been fighting too. Fighting two fronts sounds like tactfully a bad idea.
The priest here simply misspoke. My apologies for causing a ruckus. I see you're very injured. Do you need healing? Was that from the guards? The mob?
No, we are beginning to gather reconnaissance by, well, in this case, we captured someone away from the town. We will work on questioning him soon. And we have other things to report, but it does not feel appropriate to report when you have blood dripping from your gauntlet, Miss Amelia.
You can kind of see she has a bit of a blank stare. She looks down at her hands. She says, "Right. I'll go clean up then." Kind of sees herself out into another room.
Yeah, at this point, Thauron seeing that Holo is up, Amelia has gone into another room. doesn't really care about the priest on the ground. And while they're talking, he'll probably exit out and just. I think you said there was like a waiting area. He might chill in there, or if too many people are in there, he might go outside and just, relax on the outside of the quarry area.
So you'd be walking past Basil, Uhtred, and Kabi then.
Yeah, pretty much. Once that's all settled and he sees how things are going, he's probably just gonna walk past them and maybe just sit outside.
Is Penelope in the room?
Yeah, she looks very conflicted.
Holo will wave at Penelope and into her mind say, is it better to have an open conversation or shall we speak in private?
She looks to you, kind of slightly confused as she can hear your voice in her head. And she
Holo will
looks.
continue and say, if we are working for you, I need to know if you're not self-destructing before we can save you.
Penelope says out loud, "No, we're fine." And then she looks to Sister Isolde and says, "Perhaps you can go tend to the father's wounds in another room while we discuss what's going on." And you can kind of see some light return to the sister's skin, some life. She bends over down and helps pick the priest over her shoulder with the assistance of. Sorry, my mouse has been wonky. The assistance of the leather worker.
Gerald.
Gerard?
Gerard. There we go.
There it is.
They walk in the room, leaving you just with William and Penelope.
And William is which one again?
The banker. My fault, y'all.
Banker.
My mouse batteries just died. Just give me a second to replace them.
Okay.
I thought the banker. Never mind. Never mind. No, it was the priest who was attacked. Never mind. Forget what I said.
Should have all the handouts available to us under the NPCs tab in our journal.
There we go. That's a good one to keep out.
Gracias.
There we go. Sorry, wasn't dead. Just acting a fool.
Okay. Yeah, Holo will say, so what did the priest say?
Penelope kind of grabs her right arms and says, "Well, I'm sure you can assume he just may have brought up looking into Sir Drake, seeing if maybe there's some credence to him being corrupt in any way."
That is the accusation that we heard in town from townsfolk. Something about cutting corners when building aqueducts, and that led to the destruction of a tower. Did he say, did he confirm, deny, or merely wanting investigation along that line?
It's just an investigation request. My sister's gone through a lot, so I can assume she didn't take to that well in a moment.
No, well, both of you aren't even allowed to mourn in this state. You're just surviving. In that type of state of mind, who knows what might come out. Especially someone perhaps younger like Amelia. Are you all right?
Just kind of lets out kind of a exasperated sigh. Just goes, "Well, I've had better days, but still kicking and screaming."
Have you mourned yet?
The time for mourning will be when order is brought back, or some semblance of order.
Tolo does it seem like she's got emotions in check and feels like she can be trusted?
You need an insight check.
I got a 9.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if that was. I didn't hear the thing. Yeah, for the most part, she seems fine. Kind of concerned, but fine.
Tolo nods. Well, putting appropriateness or of the words of the reaction, we are planning to investigate that same thing. If we are to find an opening with the townsfolk to maybe turn the tides, as it were, if we could rebut this theory that Mr. Drake cut corners, it might help us resolve the situation.
And how do you plan on finding evidence?
There must be building records, right? Blueprints. Who constructed these aqueducts? Was it people in the town or was it someone that was outsourced?
The Masons Guild is pretty close, tight knit. Perhaps people in there.
I feel like that's a good line of reasoning. If we find anything concrete, that might help. Or if we find something counterproductive, I'm not too bad at forging documents.
You wish to plant fake evidence.
Whatever would turn the townsfolk away from Caius and allow us not to have to hurt anyone. Slightly underhanded, admittedly, but the end justifies the means in this case.
Well, an investigation into my father would be handy. And honestly, at this point, any win we can take would also be handy. Though I don't like the idea of faking falsehoods. Could blow up in our face later.
Potentially. Do I have your authorization to do the investigation?
She kind of bites her lip a bit in a little frustration, kind of crosses her arms and just goes, "Yes, if my father did commit some level of crimes, I would like to know, anyways."
Do you believe he would?
I would hope he hasn't. Or else my present image of him would be quite warped.
Well, then let us not worry about it for now. But either way, that is one line that we are looking at. And we have other theories at play as far as how the town could be influenced, but we have nothing concrete yet, only hypotheses.
Oh, do tell.
How would you describe how the water tastes in your town? Any identifiable traits? anything unique about it.
You could say water is water, no? Doesn't really
Not
have any distinct taste.
so nothing at all, nothing that would separate it from water from another town or a stream, perhaps.
No, nothing I could think of.
It does not taste sweet, you would say.
No, it tastes like water.
Ah, well, that is one line. It is sickly sweet to my nose. Water does not smell like that. When was the last time you drank water in town?
Oh, it's a hard question. Uh, Me personally, I tend to gather my own water downstream. I'm sure you heard, but me and Amelia's mother was quite the hunter forager, so kind of grew up doing that.
So, William, when last have you drank from well water in town?
What? Well, water. Me.
And I'm willing to bet if I asked all of this group that they had not drank well water for some time. Do you see what I'm implying here?
Penelope speaks up. That the water is possibly tampered with.
Hollow nods. Again, a theory, but what you've just answered here, it gives further credence to this idea that they are being ensorcelled through water. It is difficult to make a connection, but I am capable of delving into one's mind. And she whispers in William's mind. I can speak into minds too.
Hey, don't do that, please.
Holo laughs, which turns into a cough as her ribs are heavily bruised at this point.
Perhaps you should take a seat and get some rest. We can get some bandages ready for you.
No, I am fine. I need my own rest and I have ways of recuperating. But anyways, in the mind of the one that we've captured, there was a whisper in the back of it. Through his rage, there was this second presence in there. I don't know what it was, but it gives evidence that this man is ensorcelled. In fact, it seems as though he's saying strange things that might imply that he doesn't know how he got here. So, mul- multiple possibilities. And one thing I've not yet confirmed, this is more hearsay, but there are flowers that grow around the well. A source inside believed that they were magical. I have not been able to confirm, but any local flowers that might have magical properties? I don't know if your mother said anything about that, her being an outdoorsy type.
No, I've never heard of such a plant, to be honest. My mother's definitely never brought that up.
I see. But whenever I am well, I will try to get back into town, get that flower, and I don't suppose any of the nobles here have any alchemic backgrounds in analysis, perhaps. I'm not too bad at identifying herbs as well, but if anyone knows anything about herbs, if I can bring that flower in, we can maybe look to see if it's magic, and if someone is talented enough, perhaps create an antidote.
She kind of looks off to the side with her arms crossed. I know Sister Isolde is pretty good with plants.
I see. Oh, that would be our next step. Investigate the flower. If we can cure the villagers, and secondly, have evidence that there's no wrongdoing from Mr. Drake, or perhaps that an outsider might have tampered the aqueducts themselves. Those two things, I think, would put things back right. She looks to William. It is not hopeless. People don't need to be harmed. I think we have a chance here.
Well, might I ask a question of you all? Well, I suppose just you.
Yes?
While scouting, did you happen to get a good look at the bank?
We did not see the bank. I don't believe we got close to it. We got into town hall, and we got into the temple where they are keeping hostages in there. But no, we did not make it to the bank.
Any news regarding the bank?
No. No
Well,
news.
so be it. So be it. Just curious.
Do you have reason to believe that there's something important at the bank?
Well, there's a few things in there. Essential items I did not get to grab that may have been beneficial in our defense. Though I suppose it's too late.
Well, we are skulking about town. Is it worth risking discovery? Should we go there?
Oh, I don't know. I would like to go there. I don't suppose you all could sneak me in.
Potentially. We have limited resources as far as invisibility spells and just in general sneaking people in. Do you think this would take higher or lower priority than investigation into the construction of the aqueducts or the ensorceling of the water?
Well, in my opinion, I don't know how you'll prove that water ensorcelled anyone, much less figure out how to cure it. I don't find us getting through this without coming to blows with some very dangerous people. So, personally, I would like the tool to protect me and my family at the very least, and perhaps pick up some gold along the way.
That sounds like a job within a job. A little grin across Tolo's face. How much?
Oof, I haven't had a look at my ledgers in a while, but that vault is quite the solid amount, comparable to a dragon's hoard in the storybooks.
Oh, but that would come only if we saved the town. If I was to go there and procure the item that would protect you and your family, how much is it worth to you?
Hmm. I'd say if you were able to sneak me into the vault to get the item to protect my family, I'd say roughly 250 gold can leave the vault without being accounted for.
Does it seem like he's hiding important information as far as what this item is?
Insight check. He's definitely hiding something.
Okay. We will consider it. My comrades and I, as you can tell, we had a rough go of it today. But I will speak on them, and we will consider this vault. I have some gold-motivated individuals I travel with. They might say yes. May I get word to you in the morning?
By all means, I'm sure we'll come to a conclusion we can both agree on.
Very good. To Penelope's mind, Holo says, Slimeball. How does she react?
Kind of giggles a bit.
I believe that accounts for all of the pertinent information for now. We will continue working tomorrow. Again, no promises as far as how long this will take, but I think if we can at least get that flower and begin to undo that portion of this, if we can do at least that much, I think that'll give us an advantage. If we can prove that the aqueduct story was fabricated, even better.
Well, if there even is a flower, but you haven't given me any reason not to trust you, so I put my trust in your hands.
We will continue working, but if things look dire, I will not lie to you. I'm doing this for Amelia. But we will continue until it is hopeless, and it is not yet hopeless.
Understood. Minor scene change. Valorant, what are you doing?
I think at this point, I think it was Kabi and Basil at the doorway. After Thalrin sets Holo down, again, far off stare, he'll walk out, and he'll find a quiet place where nobody's around, and he'll just sit down, on the edge, kind of looking out into the quarry itself. And I think in his mind, he'll just be replaying the image that he had of his sister burning in the Inquisitor's hands, and he'll just be looking at, on the outside, he'll look at his hands, and yeah, it's just a lot of internal thoughts, mostly of his own weakness, since he couldn't conjure the ability to use any flames during the battle and kind of let everybody down for the most part. So I think that's basically his spectrum.
As you kind of ponder that image, you can see the flames enveloping your sister over and over again. In fact, you can even smell it. A strong scent of sulfur plunges into your nose as the fire roars and roars and roars until you hear a whisper behind you. Deep in thoughts, are we?
He'll look back a bit surprised to see who's talking.
And to the surprise of nobody ever, your dear friend Hornball looks at you with a smile, large smile, grinning side to side on his face.
What do you want, Hornball? I am not in I am not in the best of moods for company.
Clearly, but you never called. I was starting to get hurt, like I was stood up.
A moment has not arisen that I felt would interest you.
Really? Oh, that can't be true, dearest. Or else, why would you be so sad? Come on, tell Daddy Devil all about it. What hurts you?
I seek power, and in my current state, I see nothing but weakness.
Well, if you seek just power, power is always easy to come by, my friend.
And what price would you ask for this boon?
I never said I was offering anything. It's dangerous to assume on a first date, my friend.
Power does not come so easy. At least not to me. I was useless in the fight against the Woodwode. I and you'll see him trail off a little bit. I cannot conjure fire. And
See?
every time I attempted, my sister, the vision, appeared in my mind.
Ah, your sister. Hmm. You can kind of see he's like nodding heavily, as if being a bit, what's the word? Exaggerating in how he's listening to you.
I know you know more than you have told me. You have confirmed she's alive, but you haven't told me where she is, nor how she is. You know I seek this information. You know I seek power. I do not wish to prolong these games of yours. What do you seek for these answers?
Whew, you're asking me a lot of difficult questions. Hmm. Well, let's do it like this. What would you want more? The power or the information?
Hmm. He'll think for a bit. In my current state, I am too weak to act on the information. Power is what I would require first.
Immediate or long term?
Preferably immediate. I could be persuaded for something long term if it would be more beneficial.
And I definitely could give you something that could cook up after a while. It definitely would be more fun. As for immediate power, there's not much that I can give you, but I know where you can get it.
And what would this information cost me?
Well, let's just see how good our chemistry is, Thallow pal. What do you think I'd like? What would you offer?
If it was up to me, I'd offer the souls of all of the wretched denizens of this village. They all seem weak of willed, whether by magic or by their own incompetence. However, some of my companions would see this as a less than adequate response.
I see. Well, you certainly know a good way to flirt with me. But obviously, I need something more concrete, more definite. You wouldn't be willing to kill the priest now, would you? He kind of asks you nonchalantly.
If I was to kill the priest, what would you offer in return?
I would tell you where you could get a more immediate source of power.
Given how I found Amelia and the priest, it wouldn't be impossible to turn situations toward his death, I suppose.
How you
What?
found Amelia? Oh, please don't just spill tea like that and not expand on it. Go on.
He'll he'll hesitate for a second and give a raised eyebrow. I would assume you would have been listening in on all conversations or potentially surveying the surrounding since I have your mark. But it appears that is not the case, which lessens your position.
I merely said the mark was to call me, and you have yet to call me.
And yet, here you are at a time where I am more lenient towards potential deal.
I know, ain't I just so lucky? You would think I was blessed by the gods.
Of the gods, of course. Well, it seems that as this information is not known, it might be better if I hold on to it as a bargaining chip. I am not so distraught that I can't see a potential advantage.
Playing hard to get. Respectable. Perhaps I offer the long term form of power for said information.
I would be agreeable to provide you the information for the long term power. I would make that deal.
Very well.
Very
Kind of
well.
He kind of turns around a bit, walks to a nearby bush, reaches his hand and walks back to you. And he gives you a jar with a stag beetle in it.
Dalrin will look at the jar quizzically and then raise an eyebrow toward Hornball. And what exactly am I supposed to do with this?
So this you make your friend, and you watch him end his life, or reach the end of his life.
You want me to befriend this creature and then watch it die?
Yes, I'm sure you've done stranger things now.
And in this act, I will achieve this power that you have offered.
Oh, you will achieve immense power. I promise you that much now.
And if I kill it now, what then?
No. That would beat the whole purpose. It has to die naturally.
You'll see him grumble a bit and start to squint his eyes. Do you think me a fool? This creature could live for years, perhaps an eternity. How would I know? I would not gain this power if he was to be so long lived.
By my estimate, I think he's got about a month left.
And if he lives past this month, would I have your word that I would still achieve this power?
If he doesn't die within the time frame, I will offer you something else. More immediate.
Thalron will take a glance at the creature and then look up at Hornball. Very well. I agree to your terms, as you have already given me your end. The information that you seek is that Amelia has struck the priest quite violently, if I might add. The reason, I do not know. I can only assume that he said something ill of the dead. But that is only my assumption.
Atta girl. You see, he kind of smiles and chuckles to himself. Well then,
You-
given the information, I will make your terms even easier. You have two choices before you for this knowledge of immediate power. You can either one, kill the priest. Oh, that'd be so nice if you killed the priest. Or two, set me up to have just a conversation with young Amelia.
I will think on your terms.
Well, you know how to reach me.
Indeed, I do. Although it seems moot when you can appear at any point.
Last time I came out the blue and you all said it was rude.
You did appear and scorch one of our And he'll grumble a bit and friends.
Oh, you weren't friends with him. Tomato, tomato. Semantics. Does it really even matter?
To me, no. To some of the others, perhaps.
Well, again, that's why I gave you the mark. You can call me when you are ready.
Very well. But as I have done my part of the deal, I suppose we are done for now. I will watch over this creature. In a month's time, if it has not died, I will look for you and your recompense.
Of course, of course. Um, ooh, let's make this a bit easier. Can you stick out your tongue?
He'll look a bit, squint the eyes. Why?
I'm going to make it so you can communicate with your new friend here.
Very well. He'll stick out his tongue.
Hannibal kind of takes his very pointed fingernail and places it on your tongue, and you can feel a light singe appear at the tip. There you are. Say, give it about a day. You'll notice the effects.
Oh, as you say.
Well, like you said, that'll be all. I do look forward to our second date. This one was nice. Please don't take too long to call me. I do get rather lonely.
Fowler roll his eyes at that and just look out towards the quarry holding the jar.
And he kind of just poofs into a big ball of flame and smoke and it disappears right before you. Another scene change. Uhtred, Kabi, Basil. What's going on with you guys while all this was happening? Said Uhtred like he's a player. Basil, Kabi, what's going on with you guys?
Good question. Basil's pretty quiet, just occasionally, looking over at Uhtred and just, trying to, reassure as best he can. Just, do not worry, Master Uhtred, I will free you of this enchantment.
Yes, you've
Uh,
done it a million times. Please, stop talking to me.
Kabi will just kind of be standing in the back watching them. He will note Sal just briskly walking past them, but he doesn't have any intention of kind of walking away right now. He does ask Basil. I mean, he does wonder aloud, I should say, more like, so are we gonna just are we gonna let them execute him or hold him in chains for now? I assume you don't
Execution.
want him dead, but I'd be worried that they'd see him and just immediately want to put his head on a spike.
No, 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 no. We will not have let them execute Master Uhtred here. No, that is unacceptable. They will look after him while we attempt to investigate the rest of this and, well, save their sad little town.
I'm gonna give Uhtred a knowing look and just go, yeah, they'll surely look after you, buddy. But yeah, I guess it's just more like we're gonna wait for. I'm waiting.
All right, we can circle back to Holo. Are you walking back towards your companions?
Yeah, after having the discussion with Penelope and updating her on everything, she'll walk out of the room. I'm guessing they're like right there as soon as I exit.
Yeah, they're just basically in that first beginning room. Yeah.
Right, I've given updates to Penelope in there.
So
Turns
what did
out,
they say about?
go on.
I was gonna say, well, what did they say about holding on to the big guy here for us?
I mentioned we had someone that we captured. They had no comment. It seems that Penelope's given us a long leash on this. They don't seem to have any intent to kill him, and from what I can tell, Penelope, she's straight as an arrow. I don't think she has any bloodlust in her at this moment. And seeing as Amelia's lost some control of her emotions, she is the de facto leader at this point. I don't think they'll be after Uhtred. I think if Uhtred kills anyone, then that might be a different story, but as of right now, no one wants to kill him.
Basil just kind of pointedly looks down at Uhtred and I don't think he will be killing anyone while he's here. Hopefully.
No, I don't think he will, because we're going to cure him.
Yes, yes, as I keep hearing.
Basil, we will cure him, right? You're with me on this.
Of course, there's no other option here.
Yes, I didn't get beaten within a half inch of my life only to have him not be himself. It sounds like he is a character, but he's your character. He's Aethelwulf's character.
Yes, that might be a little more accurate.
Fair, fair enough.
Yes, perhaps you should rest a bit. You do not look so well.
Oh, being wounded is a nice mess to have when dealing with others. I'm fine.
Right.
I
Okay. Well, we still need to find someplace to stow this guy then. Perhaps down a mine shaft?
No, perhaps I just simply ask Lady Penelope for a bit of assistance on this matter, and then we can get back out there and investigate more and... Yes, yes.
I'd say taking him down a mine shaft, tie him to a post, and coming back when we found his cure is probably still the best bet.
I'm not entirely willing to leave him unattended. We leave him alone in a mine shaft, and perhaps he escapes and terrible things occur. No, 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 I think it would be better if we left him here with Lady Penelope and our other, well, friends, I suppose. Where they can at least keep an eye on him.
Yes, I told them my working theory of the ensorceling of the whole town and finding a cure. And I think they'll believe that this Uhtred is ensorcelled and he'll be fine once we can cure him. And I'm sure they can see he'd be a powerful ally. Copy, there are some, there are many in authority who are horrible people. There are some others that are not. I think we can trust them. Not William. He sucks. Everyone else is fine, though.
I would. mm, The priest fella seems all right, and Penelope seems all right as well. Amelia, I'd be worried though. But yeah, that William fella, no. Um, say, where is he, by the way? Did you happen to catch where he went off to?
William, oh, I'm sure he's still around. Oh, he did have a job offer for us.
Oh, another job. Great.
A job within a job, but this is certainly a more selfish one. He wants us to sneak him into the bank so he can collect an item that will help him protect his family. He is leaving out details. He is giving half truths. So I know not what it is he looks for, but he would need us to get him in there somehow. And he's
He
offering a good cut of gold for it, surely.
Okay, so he wants us to sneak him into a bank vault. Him, who, and Bobby's just gonna kind of make a motion with his hands that is like a circle, who's fairly, you know, and through a town of people all wanting to kill him.
Yes, that is. There are certainly barriers to the success of such a mission. We would have to turn him invisible. Simple as that.
And if our intent is already to go to the bank vault, why would we bother having him come with us and us getting a smaller cut of what's in the bank vault?
A smaller cut compared to what, exactly?
Well, you can't honestly think the best that move here is to give the gold to these people.
No, of course
I mean,
not, but
I
it
don't
doesn't
want the
seem like they're...
cult leader to have it either, but I also don't want these guys to have it either.
Yes, but you just referred to a smaller cut. I wasn't aware we were getting a cut of the bank vault at all.
Well, we're not going to go into a bank and not take something.
He at the very least offered. Sorry, was it 250 gold or 350 gold? Or 300? Or none of it?
I think he said 250.
I heard 250.
Yeah, I heard 250.
I said 250. Chris, I sent you a message.
Oh, yes, we would get 250 for helping, or you would rob an entire town worth of gold and leave them destitute.
Right. Okay. First off, 250 does not sound like a lot of gold in the grand scheme of things divided between the four of us. Secondly, I wasn't gonna take all the gold, and there's probably more in there than just gold. What's his interest in the vault? Did he say, is he after something specific? Caius is definitely interested in it. I bet you there's something in there worth way more than 250 gold.
Oh, I agree. He said it's an item to help his family, but he was lying or at least telling half truths. He's not telling the whole picture. I, for one,
I
would
mean,
rather just ignore him because we have plenty of shit to worry about, right?
well, we could, if he knows I mean, he's the banker. I'm sure he knows how to get into his vault, and these cultists don't seem to be able to get into it. So if he can get us into the vault, we can, stab him in the back and then take whatever he's after.
Be a perfect opportunity to deliver to town people something that the people extremely hate, which might help us in the future. But
Yeah.
honestly, I prioritize a certain something that will help Uhtred and the rest of the town. So we'll keep this on the back burner. Maybe continue negotiations with William in the morning might be useful. Maybe we can get something more from it or get more certainty from what we're doing exactly.
Mm. If it's his bank, he probably has a key to it, right?
Well, he certainly probably knows then more than the rest of the town. I'm sure he can get
Hmm.
into the vault. That's why he wants to bring us. Unless we can take from him what he's using to get into the vault, then. What did
That's
you say?
exactly what I was thinking.
I would
So,
not want you to take more than 1,000 gold from the vault. This is not
oh,
all money.
oh, oh no, I mean like I was gonna go try to find his room here and look for the however he's gonna get into the vault.
Perhaps could I just throw another perspective out here for a brief moment? We are discussing robbing the very people that, well, they're the only ones that have helped us since we arrived here. Yes, that is what this discussion is about.
Yes.
Essentially, which is why I'd rather not take too much if we could.
Well, I mean, I will admit I'm less interested in the gold and more interested in whatever is in there that he specifically wants or the cultist want. Uthred, Caius never told you what exactly he was looking for inside the vault, did he?
God, it spits at the ground in front of you.
But he is interested in the vault, like really interested in the vault, right? You think he's just here to collect the money and hightail it out of town?
Yes.
You think he's there for money? Please.
I'm not entirely sure you're going to get a straight answer out of him in his current condition. Perhaps a
Well, we could
question
change
more.
his condition and move from questioning to enhanced interrogation.
Or curing. Just think if we
I'm
cured him,
Yes, thank
all
you.
the information
I
knows.
was joking. I was joking. I know. I just like to have fun at his expense, and I will shoot a withering glare to Uthred.
He avoids your gaze.
Well, Kabi, I don't wish to spend energy on this side objective until we get some of this other stuff done in advance.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely have quite a bit we still need to do. Although now I am a tad bit worried. If we go back to town without the big fella here, uh, people people saw us leave with him.
Well, when Thal gets back, we'll discuss another means to enter the town. Maybe a bit of swapping. Now that the one who recognizes Basil is out of the picture, Basil can now walk into town, yes?
Oh, well, I suppose so, yes. But are we entirely sure that I would get a more friendly greeting as I am? As he kind of looks and gestures to his very clean, pristine clothes.
Clothes can be changed.
Yeah, I was about to say we can just put you in some peasant garb.
I would not be caught dead in such attire.
Would you rather be caught dead in a noble's outfit? More
I
literally
mean,
in this
really,
case.
yeah, dead's dead, buddy.
Or stay in your box. I can at least walk about. I look strange, but I could probably cover up my tail and ears well enough.
We'll give you a hat.
A hat, yes. But we'll find a way. We have more work to do regardless.
True.
And
Well,
there is one line of reconnaissance that we can still do. Hola will walk up to Uhtred, and she'll put both her hands on his cheeks and look at him looking for any reaction. Out loud, he will say, or Hola will say, Allura. Is there any reaction from him?
No. He just goes, "What?"
Hola laughs a mirthful laugh. Oh, ah, yeah, good, good. I don't
uh,
suppose you two remember the name Allura.
vaguely,
Yes.
the Yuan Ti, right?
Yes,
No.
the very one.
Yes. Okay.
She's in town. I saw her. Well, she saw me before I saw her.
When
Clever, that one.
when was this? You were with us the entire time.
Well, that was when I was going into the town hall. I was a mouse. You could guess what Allura was transformed into. A snake. Can you believe that? And we went out, had a quick discussion, shared a little bit of information, and parted ways. But she disclosed that there's a magical flower around the well, and that is what might be causing the issues with the water. And based on the lack of reaction from this individual, she is not with the cultist. She said that she is here to find allies, which definitely tracks with the your friend, um, Kabi, Monty, that they're merely looking for allies and looking for help. But yeah, she gave me that bit of information, and I told her that I and some comrades are helping the nobles. It was an exchange of information. But it's that flower that might help us concoct something that might heal Uhtred of this ensorcelment. And Sister Isolde, it sounds like, is an alchemist of her own right. If we bring that flower back, that might be our ticket to healing Uhtred and more.
Right. So there's a Yuan-Ti in this very town. Not just any Yuan-Ti, one that we have heard of before. And she is looking for allies. That's...
She's also quite lovely, if I must say.
yes, well, they have charming capabilities, as you've seen with me.
Have I? Well, magical charming at least.
Yes,
But
that was what I was referring to.
yes. But I am prideful in many ways, but I am always a good judge of character, and I felt no issue with her. I think I can understand where she's coming from. She is out on her own in a world that hates her, and she's trying to find protection, finding allies for those that follow her. So I understand where she's coming from. I am not asking you to let go of how you feel about 1T, Mr. Basil, but she could be a true asset if we're trying to solve what's happening here. She can shapeshift like me. That's extremely valuable.
I don't need to repeat any of the things I have said.
You don't.
All I'm going to say is that you should be very careful trusting her, and I will not be trusting her at all.
I figured as much. Should I trust you? Should I give you the same amount of trust that I should be giving Allura?
Well, blood aside, I believe I have given you more reason to trust me than she has.
You have. And if that flower does what she thinks it does do, and that cures Uhtred, would that help? You don't need to give me an answer. That is merely an open-ended question.
I'm not sure I would even have an answer, aside from what would be her motivations for helping us.
She wants to pick a winner. She wants to pick whichever side is going to win this conflict. So,
Yes.
we could trust her now and she could turncoat, or we could make sure that she's confident in our success and have her help us.
I'll keep that bit of information in mind for later decision making. She does not care which side comes out on top, regardless of character. She merely wishes to side with the winner. That is quite telling in itself, I believe.
It's smart, honestly. If she lives in a world where truly no one cares for her, isn't that what you would do?
No, clearly not. I have stood my ground and held to my morals, and allied with those I found that had character worthy of it. So no, I cannot say it is not. It is not something I would do.
Well, I hope you're never in such a situation where you have to choose. But thank you for your warnings, Basil. I hope I'm correct, but I will remain careful. It is difficult to influence me with magical means, so I think I'll be okay. As an aside, do you want to speak telepathically by chance?
Well, I've not necessarily come across it myself, but I have heard of those that can shapeshift into snakes. Or I say shapeshift, it is perhaps their more natural form. But as far
I
as
see.
telepathy, perhaps I do not spend much time with my own kind, as you are well aware.
Fair enough, and it is rude of me to assume you know everything about Wanti. That is prejudice. Polo puts hands to her cheeks. Oh, but maybe it's a special trait, telepathy. That would be fun. Ahem.
Please, Holo, just try to stay grounded. In this particular instance, I do not wish to see you harmed for trusting the wrong person.
I appreciate that, Basil. Your concern is all I would need. But anyways, to recap, I told them we would seek out the flower. I also said that we might investigate the Masons Guild for information regarding the aqueducts to confirm or deny any manipulation that Mr. Jonathan might have caused. Um, if we can show the town that it was Caius, not Jonathan, that caused the issue, it might be a step closer to resolving the conflict. But yes, that is all that I said to Penelope. What say you two as far as our next steps?
Well,
Also, this would be a good time for Thao to like show up, just so we're not completely separated for planning.
I mean,
I'd rather not split the party for that. I could just not say that last bit, and we'll talk about it in the morning.
yeah, unfortunately, I think Thalrin is probably going to stay where he is until like nightfall happens, unless somebody comes in and gets him. He's not going to move on his own.
Okay, so slight retcon. Well, those are my thoughts, but I guess we should get Thal in on this before we discuss it further. So maybe later tonight or tomorrow we can come up with a plan of attack.
Yes, yes. A bit of rest would do us all some good, I believe. I would like to speak with Lady Penelope briefly to inform her of our, for lack of a better word, captive.
Would you like some backup?
Sure, sure. No, doing this alone.
Well, while y'all go do that, I'm gonna take a look around the place. We didn't spend much time here earlier.
Very good. Try to stay out of trouble, please.
Oh,
Yes,
always, always.
don't eat the mushrooms with the red spots. They're poisonous.
Mushrooms with red spots poisonous. Okay, I will keep that in mind.
Well, Master Uhtred, if you wouldn't mind, please come with us to have a conversation.
Yes, there haven't been plenty of those already. Fine.
I guess Basil will lead the way toward the room that he last saw Penelope in.
Sounds good.
And as they walk away, the smile Kabi had on his face drops and he takes a look around and scurries off.
To where? Outside?
Just into the mines. He's taking a look around. He's really interested in just figuring out where everybody's room exactly is. He's not being too stealthy. He's not going into any rooms. He's just, making his way through like the main tunnels
Fair enough.
because it's still daytime, right? It's not night yet.
I'd say it's like late afternoon.
Yeah, so he's just walking around for now, getting a lay of the land, scouting.
Fair enough. Basil and Holo. As you enter that main room, you can see Penelope and Amelia talking.
Basil kind of just clear his throat a little bit, make his presence known. Madams, if you have a moment.
Kind of look to the side, look at you, and Penelope goes, "Ah, hello." And, oh.
Yes, well, I have but one request. I understand that Holo here had mentioned that we had brought someone with us. This here is Master Uhtred Baracus of House Baracus from the Great Isle of Ubea. I am fairly certain that he is under some sort of spell or sorcery or enchantment or something. So if you would please keep... How do I do this? If you could keep him here and, well, make sure that he remains somewhere secure while we attend to these happenings around town. And hopefully we can break this curse or whatever it is. Maybe get some straight answers for once. Anyway, I'm rambling a bit. Would you mind watching over one of my masters here while I investigate these matters?
Amelia kind of looks to Penelope. And so there's a curse? Is that what's going on? Penelope kind of has a frown. Yes, that is a theory that was worked up. though it seems to have become more plausible, according to you. Basil, was it?
Yes, yes, Basil. Yes, it would appear that Master Uhtred here is perhaps missing some details and not acting entirely like himself.
He also had the whispers in his head.
Yes, the whispers.
The Dragonborn. Hmm. You keep calling him Master. Why?
I apologize. Perhaps I did not properly introduce myself when we had arrived first. I am Basil, butler of House Baracus and personal manservant of Lord Aethelwulf Baracus himself, of, as I stated before, the wondrous Isle of Ubeya. Yes, so this is Master Uhtred Baracus, the second son of Master Aethelwulf.
And you're certain he's under a spell? How?
Well, as Holo here mentioned, he had the whispers in his mind, as well as I stated, certain details that he seemed to have lost and in time, perhaps. And again, not acting like himself. Well, let's put it this way. There is no way in the Nine Hells that this man would have sided with rebellious commoners against the noble hierarchy. There's just no way this would occur unless some sort of magic or sorcery was at work.
Suppose we could have some of the guardsmen watching over him for a bit. Dragonborns are quite capable mercenaries, though. Hmm.
Oh yes, and this one is no exception. He is, I understand it, knighted into the mercenaries recently. Yet again, a detail that makes no sense as to why he would be here.
Uhtred kind of, sucks his teeth a bit. We'll have some of the guards keep after him if you think it's a good idea to have him here. Though if he causes trouble, you do understand.
I understand what? Please, finish that sentence.
Well, if for whatever reason he breaks loose and decides he wants to slaughter the people here, we have to defend ourselves.
Bind him, chain him, lock him in a room. But you will not harm him at all. This is a noble House Baracus of Ubeya Isle.
Basil, I don't think you understand that you're not in Ubear. If he, for whatever reasons, heavens forbid, attempts to kill Amelia, I will slaughter him where he stands.
Lady Penelope, I say this with the utmost respect. If anything happens to this man, I will do everything in my power to bring the full force of Ubeya down on this sad little town of yours.
With that, she kind of raises an eyebrow.
And Basil, I mean, does not break his stare. He is looking at her dead in the eye.
We'll take that comment under note.
Do not
Does
doubt me.
Penelope seem intimidated by that?
Were you trying to intimidate her?
Oh, yes.
Was she intimidated by that? Like, I'm trying to do an insight check to see if those words landed.
Damn, give me an intimidation check and give me an insight check. check something.
Oh, I have the important errands trait from my servant background. Basically, being from the family that he is, perhaps he could use that as a way to, curry favor, as it says here.
Hmm.
If
I'll
you're
give you
currying
advantage.
favor, yeah.
Say again, sorry.
I'll give you
Never mind.
advantage.
Advantage, you say?
Yeah. She's not intimidated. In fact, she's more annoyed. But she's not speaking on it.
All right.
Kolo will say in your mind, Basil. She didn't like that.
He just kind of almost imperceptibly nods.
Sorry, I missed that part. What did you say to Basil in his mind?
I just said she didn't like that. Just to tell him what she saw.
Gotcha. Well, if that'll be all, I'll have the guards come and collect them.
Yes, thank you very much, madam. Master Uhtred, please, please don't cause any more trouble. For your father's sake, please don't cause any more trouble.
Or for Caius' sake, if you wish to follow him later, he needs you alive, right?
He again just kind of sucks his teeth and looks away.
Basil just kind of looks down, sighs a little bit, and then walks out of the room.
Kolo will turn back to Penelope and say, he is quite formidable. If we cure him, I think he's going to be very pissed off at Caius. He is an asset. Do try to keep him in one piece.
Penelope says, when she looks to you, a bit more calm, still slightly annoyed. Yes, then as I said before, if it comes down to it, I'm sure you understand, right?
Kolo nods.
Amelia says, and please don't forget, when you find Caius, let me know.
Yes. Amelia, I believe in you. I want you to know that.
She kind of looks at you a little somber. Of course, I believe in you too.
Good.
Is there anything I can do to help you all? I feel rather useless in here.
Well, I don't think there's a good way to sneak you into town. I think out of anyone I've seen so far, you're likely the best able to handle Uhtred and make sure he stays out of trouble. That might be a good thing to do for now. Also, Coatl, I don't always, I would say I meditate more than pray, but if he's a deity that you listen to, continue to listen. He might offer maybe words of guidance for you moving forward. Um, well, in desperate times, sometimes the gods will give answers. Other times they don't. But keep listening. Who knows what guidance might come down.
I will try.
I, for one, have no god because I believe in you.
Amelia kind of just looks away and blushes and says, "Don't say things like that."
I only speak the truth.
Penelope just looks slightly uncomfortable. Well, if there's anything we can do or any new information comes to light, please let us know.
Will do. Good evening.
They both kind of nod at you. Kabi, tell me more about what you're doing.
I am poking around, like just making my way through the quarry, just seeing like really just seeing what's there, where rooms are there, where people are staying, you know, that kind of thing. I'm not being too sneaky about it because I'm just walking around. But if somebody flags me down and stops me, I won't act any suspicious. But I am specifically keeping an eye on out for William's room.
Well, the building you guys are in aren't isn't quite that large. Um, you do see where William's wife is. She's kind of sitting alone in a room, reading to herself.
Does the room look like a bedroom?
It looks like it was an office that was made into a bedroom.
Okay. Wait, so give me quick context. We're inside a quarry, correct?
Yes, you are inside a quarry, and there's like a little office, not like office, but like a building of operations there.
Okay,
But it's not like you're
inside,
in the tunnels.
like, well, we're not in the tunnel. Oh, okay, I was working under the assumption we've been in the tunnels this entire time.
Yeah, no, you guys aren't in the tunnels. The tunnels are
Oh,
outside.
okay. Okay, so we're just in like a collection of buildings.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you can imagine what I'm talking.
Yeah, yeah, I can see it now. I thought it was like, never mind. Doesn't matter.
That makes sense to everybody, right? Just to be clear.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So see where she is. I'm gonna make a mental note that I'm gonna assume that that's where he's staying then. How many is there, just one door, two doors? How many rooms is it? The building that she's in.
In this building, there's like 4 or 5 doors.
Oh, okay. What's the guard presence like?
There's quite a few that you've seen. You've probably passed by like maybe 6
And they're inside the building.
inside. Yeah, there's 6 at least inside.
Okay. Um, is there chimneys?
Chimneys.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to tell from the inside. Unless you go into
I
some
didn't.
specific room.
Should I say when I saw the room that she was in, did I happen to see a chimney? Just passing by.
Give me a perception check. Eat
Okie
like a
dokie.
12. Hmm. There is some window, but no chimney. No.
Okay. And just the wife's in there
At the moment, yeah.
at the moment. Okay. Alrighty. I'll make a note of that. What else is inside this building?
Yeah, just people walking, not people, but like guards walking around. You'll see two kids kind of running about. You'll see you'll see Gerard and Isolde tending to Father Theron in one room.
Okay. I'm gonna I'll poke my head into that room and address them. Hey, is the uh is the old fellow all right?
Isolde kind of remains quiet as she dips cloth into a bucket of water and puts it on his head. Gerard speaks to him and says, "He's out cold, though I'm sure he'll be fine."
Yeah, Amelia can has quite the punch. I've seen her fight.
Yes. And Isolde kind of mumbles to herself, "She's a brute."
Ah, yeah, I will say the change of character is quite surprising. She when we first met, she wasn't sure of herself, fighting harpies, but hell, I mean, a person can change when they see what she saw. It's not it's not an easy I imagine it's not an easy thing, overcoming watching your father get crushed by a gigantic stone.
No. But Father Theron here was as much of a father to her as anyone else. No need to take your frustrations out on him for asking simple questions.
No, I agree. And from what I heard, his questions seem to be the right ones to ask. But I have a feeling that you two both also agree with that. That the violent answer isn't the right one here, especially against, violence against the villagers out there. It's this Caius fella, not them, that's doing everything.
Of course. Gerard kind of crosses his arms and raises an eyebrow. What are you getting at?
I'm not getting anything, just making conversation. You know, I will say I was look, okay, I level with y'all because y'all seem to disagree with him. When that banker, that William fella, he mentioned poisoning the townsfolk. You see, that didn't sit right with me.
Yes, William is a fool. Doesn't really take people's lives into consideration. The only thing he values is coin.
And well, is there a situation that you guys could see unfolding that would lead you to agree to use the poison?
No. What use would we have poisoning a bunch of townfolk?
And would the father there agree with you?
Of course.
Okay, great. Then what if we were to remove that option from the table completely? It could go a long way in, you know, defanging William and his plan if things kind of go south here.
And how would you remove that option?
I take the poison.
Take the poison.
Yeah, I would, you guys obviously don't want it. You don't want William using it. I have nothing against the townsfolk. They didn't hurt me or anything, so I wouldn't use it against them. But, someone in my world could find it useful in the future. So, give y'all a nicer, rest knowing that an option like that is off the table and I I get to have a tool that I could use further down the road.
I suppose that makes sense. Give a persuasion check for Sister Isolde. Sorry, coffee my lung out. What use do you have of what point do we need to give you the poison if none of us are going to agree to use it?
Well, we're agreeing not to use it on, innocent townfolk. In my line of work, I come upon a lot of people who, well, aren't very innocent and who could hurt a lot of good people. And finding ways of just, you know, solving the problem without getting a lot of people hurt is, you know, for me, it's important.
So it's less about removing the option and more about you procuring poison for yourself.
It's an exchange, honey. I get something, you get something. You
Kind
guys
of
get,
gives you a pointed look when you call her honey.
you know, y'all get to know that banker, for all the good in this world that he's capable of, isn't able to do something like that. And I get a tool for the future. I'm being very honest with you.
Well, I, for one, am okay with you taking the poison. It means nothing to me. Sister Isolde just kind of goes back to tending to the father. Well, if that's all you want, then whatever.
Great. See, good exchange. Now, where can I find it?
Hmm. I would ask Penelope. She probably has it.
Oh, uh, I don't think she'd hand it over
And why is that?
because, well, I'm, you know, she's a noble and a warrior at that, and uh, kind of in charge here with her sister. And I don't see her handing over a weapon like that lightly.
She's sister to one of your friends now, Amelia.
Eh, traveling companion. But yeah. But be that as it may, it's like I wouldn't ask Amelia to hand it over. I don't think she would.
Well, she's the one who would have it. I don't know what else to tell you. What would you? Do you want me to ask her for it?
Oh, you're an alchemist, aren't you? You could ask to see it.
Sorry, this
Maybe.
is Gerard speaking. To be
Oh,
specific.
Gerard. Oh, okay. Well, you could ask about it and find out where it's being kept, and I can go and get it later on.
So you want to do this even under the nose of Penelope?
I think the less people know where this poison is, the better. Because if those peasants, those folks get all riled up again and they start coming after y'all, could you say for certain that she wouldn't use it against them? Especially with the good father here laid out and William whispering in her ear? She's the decision maker, her and her sister. And people in power, well, they got to keep all options on the table.
Well, give me a persuasion check again. This time for
Okay.
Gerard. Sounds suspicious as fuck.
That's a sus kobold.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll say that's great. Look at us working together.
Yes, working together.
Oh, and what the fuck?
Huh?
Sorry, hold up. Okay, there's this. Never mind. Where was I? Oh, and out of just a little more curiosity, um, what is? I mean, okay. This is gonna sound like a silly question. I was gonna ask y'all, what is everybody's interest in the bank? But obviously, there's gold in there, and everybody likes gold. But you guys wouldn't happen to know what else could be in there that would have William, William, and Caius all worked up and eager to get into it?
Well, we're probably the two last people in the town who know anything about that, to be frank with you. Maybe ask Penelope.
Hmm, okay. Yep. Never hurts to ask. That's what I say. But alrighty. Well, if there's anything I can help y'all with, since you're helping me out, just let me know.
You wouldn't happen to have any medicinal herbs on you?
Uh, no, I don't really carry much in the way of herbs or whatnot. I got this wine. I got some, steak. I don't know if the old man would want that. Would wine help? I mean, you know.
No, I don't think wine would be of use. No, I'll take it if you don't want it. Gerard looks at you kind of coyly.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can't say I like the wine too much. Mead though. I'd trade you for some mead. Wait, say, sister, Isolde, you're a wizard, right? A magic wielder?
No,
Wow. Okay.
I'm a little
Just assume.
studied in herbology, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Alrighty. Gotcha. Yep. No, unfortunately, nothing. My friend Holo might have some healing magic. I don't know if she'd be able to help out. Sal, no, he just throws fire and whatnot. Basil, well, to be quite honest with you, I don't know what Basil does besides keep his clothes prim and proper and complain about everything.
This one.
But perhaps ask Holo when you see her next if she can take a good look at the old man.
We'll keep that on the note, Gerard says again.
All right, well, I'll hand him the wineskin, and then no, come find me when you get that information about the poison, and I'll uh I'll take it from there.
Very well.
And I'll leave the room.
All right. Did you all want to reconvene as night comes on? Is there anything else any of y'all want to do before we go to the darkening of the skies? What's up?
I did have a stupid idea. Holo
I
could
love
do a
stupid
short.
ideas.
Okay, she could do a short rest, turn into a cat, run into town, grab a flower, and come back.
Do you know what the flower looks like?
For some reason, I have in my head that it's a white flower, but I don't know if that is real. But I think she said that it was around the well, so it would be a matter of Holo guessing which flower it might be and taking it back in cat form, which means she won't be able to do anything fancy.
It's up to you.
Nah, never mind.
I plan on getting up to stuff at night. If that changes your mind, so it's not like holding up a full rest.
It does. I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Because I'm gonna take just a short rest as well and do some sneaking about.
Is there anything that we could all do together, or is it just gonna be separate stuff? Sounds like it's separate stuff.
Sorry, I'm
Unless
here.
you
I'm
wanted.
just skimming through my notes real quick. The only thing I have in there about the flower is that there were strange flower petals near the wells, is what Alora said. I don't even know if we had a color mentioned in there.
Oh, not even flower, but flower petals.
Again, that's in my notes. Could be wrong. You know, not always
No, you're
accurate.
correct. I remember that 100%. I just wanted to see if y'all got to that conclusion.
Yeah, one, I will correct my notes. Two, yeah, I think Holo, it's going to be a smash and grab. She just wants to grab a petal. In hopes of identifying the flower, in which case maybe Sister Isolde might point us in the direction of where it might come from.
Sounds good. Chris, anything for you?
Yeah, I mean, once nighttime hits, Thalrin will probably, come back again. He'll have the kind of the distant stare. You will see that he is holding, I guess, a small cage with a little creature inside of it. But yeah,
It's a jar.
that was a draw. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, he'll hold on. He'll be holding the creature inside of it as he comes back. Still a distant stare, but he'll go to wherever everyone is, wherever they've slated out for them to rest at, for the most part.
May I short rest with Thal so I can chat with him?
Yeah, by
Oh,
all means.
what
Also,
about you?
Jeff, remind me. Go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What is the condition Holo's under again? bruised or whatever.
Yes, you are severely bruised. Let me pull that one up again.
I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna burn a spell slot to get rid of that or not.
I don't think it's anything too nasty. I just gotta pull up the thing.
That's fine. I feel like it was like extra bludgeoning damage or something, but I can't remember. Just so everyone knows, we rolled posthumously for lingering injuries from Holo's downs.
Severe bruising. Anytime you suffer bludgeoning or force damage, you take an additional point of bludgeoning or force damage. The bruising heals if you receive magic healing. Alternatively, it can heal on its own in 2 weeks.
Cool. We'll let it ride for now. But Holo will take a heavy sit next to Thal.
And before we get into that, I think now is a good time to just take a break. So we're going to be doing a lot of things after short rest. Let's come back at 05.
Cool beans.
Yeah, works for me.
Not to blue ball you, Ian. I apologize.
No, it's fine. Could we extend it to 10 by chance?
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Cool. I want to eat some food.
Mita. Go ahead, Dal and Holo, take it away.
Yeah, Holo will sit down heavy and start to breathe heavily and sigh. Oh, what a day so far. How are things going on your end? You kind of wandered off there for a moment.
They are not well on my end, but well, I would say I'll get past them, but I'm not entirely sure anymore.
Care to talk about it? I don't mean to pry, but rather not have you suffering in a corner for nothing.
I was all but useless in the fight against that Woodwode. I couldn't control the magic I was trying to conjure. That has never happened before. I fear it may be due to certain situations.
An aversion to fire, mayhaps.
Perhaps. I don't think it has grown that fierce as of yet, but at the very least, my fire capabilities are lessened. It is not a comforting thought to know that I am still weak.
Well, there are many dangerous things in the world, and that thing had a bit of malice inside of it. But I do not blame you. I don't think anyone would blame any kind of aversion to fire, knowing what happened. But you did kill it after all. It was you that destroyed it before it would destroy me, and it was all a bit hazy for me after I got knocked off a few times, but you still did it in the end.
It was not my blow that finished the creature. After I attacked, it seemed to rise again. It was the others who finally saw it dead. I was not. It's not cook enough to assist you, and I was not strong enough to bypass this hindrance. I have failed in everything I have attempted to do, and I am still the same weak child that I was when she was taken.
Well, that might be true. You are weak. I am weak. Kabi is weak. Basil is weak. But what are we together? It's a bit pithy, I know, and a bit childish, but together we are whole, separate we are weak. You needn't shoulder this burden all on your own, Thal. Think on it. That's. I don't want to see you beat yourself up.
Yeah, at this point, you'll see him looking at the jar and gazing at the little creature inside. Um, I don't think he'll respond unless you say something else. You'll just see him looking at it.
Well, think on it. You at least carried me back, and I appreciate that. I really got my bell rung by that wood creature.
This is not a problem. It was due to my error that you fell in the first place. I am sorry it came to that, but I am glad that you are alive.
Me too. I'm sure if my dad saw me, he would be proud of me. He always thought I hid away from true combat in my animal forms, but I think I did Crag proud this time. It's not about the end result, it's about the moxie that you show. He's a fool, but I care for him.
A true orc in spirit.
I hope so, despite my unique exterior, and there's some things that stuck in that tribe. Oh, Thal, I have something to share with you. Allura, I saw her in town.
The one that the 1T said was, or potentially had relations with the one Basil killed.
Yes, the very one. She said that the magic petals around the well in town might have magical influence into the water. So I think I might dive into town this evening to get those so we can do some analysis.
I did take a sample of the water as well at your request. With that and the petals, we may be able to ascertain if there's a connection.
Oh, do you have the water skin with you?
Yeah, he'll take out the it's the water skin that Amelia had given. He'll take that out. Yes, it is in here. I placed the water that I collected.
I wonder if it still has that sweet smell. I'll give this a sniff here. In sniffing, what does Holo sniff upon?
Smells like lightly sweet.
Ah, it still has it in there. The nobles did not seem to be drinking from well water before they left. If the townsfolk are, more confirmation's needed, but signs point to the water doing this and the petals have something to do with it. And to think Allure would be out this way, possibly helping us? She said she's here looking for allies.
It is, I suppose, not impossible. The other 1T did say that they had come to this place to search for allies to live in peace. She may very well be an envoy out to do the very same, but her in this particular city at this particular time may prove complicated.
It could be good or bad. I'm sensing she might pick whichever side will be the victor so as to gain an ally. So all I must do is convince her that we are the right side. And if I can show her what we're doing, the work that we're doing, I think I can win her over. I sense that we're more alike than different. She can speak in minds like I can. Isn't that amazing? It's the first one I've come across that can do that.
It is quite a amazing feat, I will grant you. I hope that your fondness or interest in this Alora doesn't cloud your judgment and her determination.
No, no. Admittedly, it is exciting to find such a one. But I, for one, am always a good judge of character. That compass has not led me astray yet.
Tell me, Holo, if I was to potentially tell you a secret, one that I don't think you would particularly like, what would your opinion change of me?
She sits silently, considering. I cannot promise, but I believe in you. And I think that belief might dampen whatever response might come out, but can't promise a no change of opinion. I might also call you an idiot.
Think his you might get a twitch of a grin at that, not a full one, but a little twitch at the corner. Uh, he'll think for a moment. Hornball came to visit me while I was taking time in the forest.
Was this an unbidden visit?
It was. I did not summon him, but he appeared all the same.
That's odd. I guess he can come and go as he pleases. Continue.
He'll look at the little container, the jar again with the creature inside of it. He offered me a trade of information, a deal, if you will, that after understanding the terms, I agreed to. He also trail off a little bit. He also potentially gave me the option for another deal that is yet to be sealed. He asks that I either kill or aid in the killing of the priest or provide him a private audience with Amelia.
That's a heavy decision. The beetle's free, but for the blessings would require that.
I would not say that I am not tempted. The killing of the priest, given the situation, would not be all that difficult. The even easier route would be a private conversation with Amelia. However, I am hesitant to put him in contact with another of our companions.
It would be a dangerous thing. Amelia in her state. I sense that her faith might be wavering a little bit, and for a devil to swoop in such a matter to offer her something in that time, I don't think either of us know what would happen after that. But it's nothing that anyone here would really enjoy, I think. Amelia is her own girl, but I would not want to see her corrupted in such a manner.
Yes, she is, well, a bit naive, but she has shown me kindness in the past. I would not see her overly harmed if I could help the situation. But I am at a crossroads. I have before me a pathway to power, and all it would take is the life of a person who I care not for.
What other cost would there be?
Given how you all reacted to my unfortunate association with Archibald, I imagine I would lose the trust or companionship of all of you should I act on the death of the priest.
I would not stop you, and I would not stop traveling with you. But that is a shadow that may follow you for a long time. It's a shadow that would follow all of us potentially. Potentially not. But what cost is there to you? You'll agree to this deal, then the next, then the next. Will you be a different person by the end of it? Will you be the person that you want to be?
I will be what I must to save my sister, and I will become what must to see my city freed. It is what my parents would have wanted, and it is no less than they deserve.
I have no doubt that justice, vengeance, whatever the word, those two things are a matter of perception after all. If you do it with power that was given to you rather than earned by you, would that change anything?
He'll hesitate for a bit. Power is power, regardless of where it came from. As long as it can be wielded by me, it is mine. Pathway to take it is one that I alone will live with.
I see you keep using those words. Alone, you. Have you damned yourself already?
I was weak when I saw my sister taken. I was even weaker when I saw my parents die before me. It wasn't until then that this whisper of magic was born inside of me. I have failed them. If I must be damned to see this wrong righted, then yes, I will damn myself as many times as need be.
I think blaming yourself as a child is a touch melodramatic. But I would also counter with this. You did not know Holo the Wise Wolf at that time, and now you do. And who would you rather help you, me or Harrenball? Surely I cannot grant the things that Harrenball can, but would you rather want my help than his?
I think I will always seek the counsel of the wise wolf.
Ah, very wise indeed. Her face becomes serious. I won't stop you.
I know you care for Amelia, so I will not do the deal for that sake. But if a moment arises where the priest's life is in my hands, I cannot say that I will not take it.
I understand. Would you understand if I did not help you?
I would, nor would I ask it of you. If you wish to tell the others, you may. I will keep this to myself unless you wish to speak of it.
It is not my place to meddle. I appreciate that you told me, though.
It was a part of our deal, after all. Together against what may.
Just do not dig yourself too deep. I don't know if I could save you from Harrenball. Not yet.
I will always weigh the options. As always, as wretched as it may be, my soul is far from his reach.
And may it stay that way. But, you get some rest. Do not blame yourself what happened to me. I made that decision to fight with a stick. I should not fight with a stick. Teeth and claws better.
No one can question your bravery, Holo the Wise Wolf. Enjoy your rest.
I'm good for scene change. I did heal my rest dice to get some healing back. My hit dice.
Anyone else doing anything during this short rest?
Um, my invisibility, it's just once a day, right?
Indeed.
Okay, but the turning silently, I can only use that once.
Hmm?
When I go silent when I'm invisible, is that a once a day thing, or do I only have one use of that?
That's the boon from Enoch, right?
Yeah,
You can use that once. He will assist you in becoming perfectly silent once.
just once. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I whenever everybody starts like going to sleep, I want to make my way over to um William's room and just like poke my head into the window just to scout it out first.
Here's a question: are you all sleeping relatively together? You as the party.
Are we taking a full rest or are we taking a short rest?
That's another good question. So, is that you said you were going to take a short rest?
Yes,
Are you
because I
waiting
want
to
to.
do this action when everybody takes a long rest?
Yes.
Okay, so then we will come back to you.
Okay.
Holo, are you still going into town?
Yeah, I think so.
Then we will start with you, unless Kevin, did you have anything that you wanted to do during the short rest?
No, he probably would have just been watching over Uhtred for a while until he heard that everybody was either ready to go do something or that we were just crashing for the night.
You ever seen Dexter?
Like the Bay Harbor Butcher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine as you guys as you're watching over him, it's more like a Dokes and Dexter situation going on.
Okay.
Just put a little imagery in your head.
So I should walk in the room, say, surprise, motherfucker.
Well, I figure he's more like the Dokes being like, fuck you.
Ah, okay, I like that better. Yeah.
All right. Holo, take it away. Tell me what your game plan is here. Are you being sneaky about it, or are you just going?
Cat form, stealth. If she's seen, she's hoping they'll say, "Oh, cute cat." Go up, grab a pedal, run back to camp.
Where are you gonna find the pedal?
Well, I guess I have to go find one first. I will be going to the well in hopes of finding a pedal.
All right, let's do it. Give me a stealth check.
They'll check. I'm using just the cat stat block. It's +2 dex and +4 stealth, so I get a +6 on this roll. So
17, not
17.
bad. All right. And give me an investigation check as well. See if you can find some pedals.
Wait a minute, you had both?
Cat stealth block. It's a +2 dex, and then cat has a +4 skill and stealth.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, stealth is based on your dex. So it would be +2, and then it's more or less proficient in stealth, so it's only a +4, right? That's how I've always run it, at least. I could have been doing it wrong this whole run.
Yeah. Does a CR creature always have a +2 proficiency?
I don't know about that. I just figured because it specifically states stealth is +4, all other dex rolls would be +2, but your stealth roll would be a +4 because it's better at stealth than other dexterous acts.
Okay, so you're thinking it calculates out already, so you just use the +4 stealth.
That's my assumption, but again, that's just how I've always done it. Not trying to take up too much time here.
No, that does sound familiar. I concede to a 15.
Fair enough.
And I got a 16 in investigation. I use intellect, Holo's intellect, not the cat's intellect, which is a 3.
If you had done a perception check, what would the difference have been? I
If we
guess.
use
So what's
the
your
same
wisdom modifier?
+6 for perception, so I would have a 22 if it was perception.
Okay. As you make your way to the well, you don't see any flower petals. You do see something interesting, though. You see a tall orc dressed in fur robes. He's speaking to someone. Allura is talking to the orc, and they seem to be having quite the conversation.
Holo is going to stick around to try to listen.
You do see Allura's eyes lock with yours for a brief moment, and she gives a slight smile. She kind of walks around the orc so you can get a good look at his face. And then she drops something from her hand on the ground. They conversate a little longer before they both walk off.
Okay. Once they're gone, Holo's going to cat tiptoe up to the pedals. Or, sorry, not pedals. Whatever she dropped. Sorry, I'm making assumptions.
What you find is a stem of something, part of a stem, part of a plant. It looks strange. It's almost like it was part of a cactus.
What's the smell like?
Very sweet.
Holo is going to delicately pick it up, really attempting not to ingest it, but still hold it, and carefully take it back to camp.
Ooh, give me a dex save. Dex check. Dexterity check?
Sure. Cat has +2.
Yeah, you're able to pick it up softly without biting too hard, in which you ingest any of it. You can take it back to camp. Also, roll me a history check.
Is this on whether or not I recognize the orc?
Hell yeah. Oh, you know that orc. And before you ask, no, it's not the one you think.
Okay.
This is an orc that used to bully back in the day. He goes by the name of Braun Rose.
Yeah, Holo, when she thinks about it, thinks about how he's aged and makes a connection. She nearly drops the pedal, but shakes her cat head and continues.
Yep. And you're able to make it back to the quarry without any issues.
Sweet. If I still hold the scene, I would try to find Sistery Soul and bring it straight to her.
That's no problem, though it would be getting late.
Okay, I can pick it up in the morning then.
Sounds good. And I guess we would be moving into long rest territory unless anyone else has something they want to do.
So, question. As I'm, in the house, I imagine I would see like any movement or anything going on from folks. Do I happen to know where the priest is in the house?
Were you wandering or are you just watching people?
Probably just wandering around because I don't think anybody ever told us where we could sleep. So on the guys are just looking around. It's probably just wandering.
Yeah, you would have seen Gerard and Sister Azod in one room, tending to the priest.
Okay. Is there an empty room near there?
No.
Mm, okay. Uh, he'll probably find the closest room he can that's not occupied and stay in there. And then just keep a listen out should they happen to leave the room.
I will say this, because this is a pretty small building. There is not that many rooms. You would not be able to find one that is unoccupied. There would be, at the very least, a city guard in there. Or sorry, a town guard in there. If
Mm,
you and the party wish to sleep separate from everyone else, it would have to be in that main first room.
okay. But like if I go into a room that's near that area and I see a guard in there and I'm like, do you mind if I bed down here for the night? Are they gonna fight me or do I have to like role play that out?
They wouldn't care.
Okay. Um then yeah, I think I'll find, whatever room is closest to that door, I'll go ahead and bed down in that room after asking the guard if it's okay. And then but I'll keep like a subtle listen out for anything going on in the hallway should they leave the room.
Sounds good. The rest of the party, how would you be bedding down?
Hello would want to find a friend.
Basil would probably sleep outside of the chamber that they're keeping Uhtred in.
Oh, I think Holo would sit with him in solidarity.
With Basil?
Yeah.
Word. Yeah, I gotta make like a mental design of what this quarry is like. Here we go. Oh, Kabi, where would you be sleeping?
Um,
I know you're not
I'd
sleeping,
prob
but where would you start to sleep?
I
Like,
would probably just be in the corner of the room somewhere.
of what room?
Whatever room the I guess the party's in I'm sorry.
Oh, only Thauron is separate.
Only Thauron is separate? Oh,
Yeah.
I'll go find where Thauron is sleeping then and I'll go there.
All right. So it's you, Thal, and like two random city guards. And I guess we're beginning our long rest. Thus beginning Kabi's little thing. Thal, are you sleeping at all, actually? Or are you just staying up?
That and that's the interesting part. Um he might close his eyes, but his intent is to listen out for when the two leave the room, if they do at all. Like if no indication that they're leaving, throughout the night, he'll probably just go to sleep. But if they do leave, that's when things get interesting. So for right now, he's like pretending to sleep.
What have you guys done? So Kabi's in there with you. Are you gonna wait for him to leave as well, or just the two city guards?
Uh, if the priests leave and Kabi is noticeably asleep, Thalrin will step out. But if the priests leave and Kabi is still awake, Thalrin will stay until Kabi either goes to sleep or leaves out.
The priests or the guards? Sorry.
The priests. So if he hears a priest leave while Kabi is asleep, he'll head out. If he hears a priest leave while Kabi is awake, he'll stay in the room until Kabi leaves.
Hmm.
Leaves or falls asleep, one or the other.
This is interesting. Okay. Between Kami and Thal, one of you roll me a d4. Doesn't matter who. You can choose amongst yourselves. Odds the guards are staying in the room. Evens they have gone out for night watch.
You want to do it, Zach?
Yeah, D4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoops, sorry. At around like, let's call it like 10 p.m. to give like a specific time. You do hear the two guardsmen. You hear like a knock on the door. A guard comes. He says, "Al, George, you're up." And they kind of grumble and get up and gather their gear and exit the room.
I'll give them like 30 minutes and I'm going to leave as well.
Very well.
At this point, well, I guess once Kabi leaves, have I heard the priests leave the room at all?
Give me another d4. Same rules. You did not hear anyone exit the room across from you.
Of course. All right. I'll. Would he stay in the room or would he attempt to go? No, he's not a talker. I'll stay. I'll stay where I am.
Kabi, are you trying to leave the room stealthily? I imagine you're being stealthy throughout this whole thing.
Um, if it's just, is it just Sal in the room?
It is currently just now.
Then I'm not gonna. I'll get up and I don't want to make too much noise, but I'm not necessarily like gonna hide myself from him.
Very well. Now you can hear Kabi kind of rustle himself up and prepare to leave.
Gotcha.
Imagine you don't care.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not. He's just faking sleep at this point, but he's not going to stop him from leaving.
All right, Kabi, what you doing?
Um, now uh, I will be stealthier. I'm gonna make my way over to William's room, and go to that window I saw and peer into the room.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Wow, who's the
Oof.
worst freaking rogue out there?
As you exit the room, you start wandering down. You're heading outside to go in?
What do you mean?
Like, because you said something about going through a window, right?
Well, I was gonna go. I'm not going into the room yet. I just want to. I'm not going into the building yet. I'm just going outside the building to look for the window I saw when I
Yeah, that's what
walked
I
past
meant.
the
So
room.
you're going outside to search for it.
Yeah.
So as you're walking out, you can see, as you're walking out, you know who you see. Amelia walking about. She kind of catches you in the little hall. She looks to you and says, "Is something wrong, Kabi?"
Lady Amelia. No, no, nothing's wrong. I was just stretching my legs. Um, I really can't get much sleep with everything that's going on right now. A lot to think about. A lot going on. I am assuming it's the same way with you.
She has a very somber look, kind of looks down, grabs her arm. Yeah.
You, I mean, it would be. I think it'd be stupid to ask if you're doing all right, but I mean, how are you doing?
Um, Perhaps we step outside and talk more in private.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 A good talk. Yeah.
She kind of leads you outside and sits down a bit, kind of looks at the trees.
So, you want to talk about it?
She kind of just quietly says, I'm not really sure how.
Well, what was the last conversation you had with your dad before you left? Why don't you start there? Talk about that.
The last conversation I had with my dad was him freaking out over me becoming an adventurer. He kept trying to buy me all the nicest gear. I'm sure you saw my big bag when we first met in what was that little town called? Pinecrest. Pine something. He kept asking me if I was sure, and I kept saying yes. And hmm,
So he didn't want you to go out and about, be an adventurer, or was he just worried about you? Did he try to stop you? Doesn't sound like it.
no, he never tried to stop me. Perhaps he should have.
Well, if he did that, you would have been probably caught up in what's going on here. Probably wouldn't could have met the same fate as him.
She kind of looks at you, slightly frustrated. Or I could have changed his fate.
Or that's true. But hmm, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not the best at this. So
It's okay. I wasn't expecting really to get any type of healing.
well, yeah. Anyhow, he talking about it doesn't go very far in healing anything. You gotta you gotta do something about.
She kind of tightens her fist. Yes, I have to do something.
Yeah, you do. But I think you need to not do anything rash. There's still a lot of unknown going on right now. But, you know, the party and we have things in the works, and I think your support here will definitely lead us to the victory in this.
Are you sure? I can imagine everyone here is probably fearful of me at this point.
Well, that means they'll listen to you when you tell them to jump. I wouldn't have punched the old priest. Honestly, if I was in your shoes, I'd be punching the banker. He's more likely than anybody else here to do something brash and stupid.
Yes. But at least he's doing something.
What is he doing besides, talking about getting his gold back, killing all the peasants?
I don't know if he wishes to kill all the peasants. God, I hope not.
Well, poisoning talking about poisoning the well, that'll kill a lot of people. Even
Mm,
those that didn't want to be caught up in all this nonsense.
that's right. I just. We need to take down Caius.
And we're working on that. But going in there, swords are swinging with the few guards that you have here is definitely not going to take him down. There's a lot of people in that town. And, you know, Polo and Basil are convinced that they're all under some sort of spell. So that's our first course of action is finding a way to break this spell on the people and then take down Caius. Because if the people turn on Caius, well, then it's game over for him.
She has a more serious look on her face now. And what if there is no spell?
Then, well,
Then these people that my father loved condemned him to death, killed him with a block of masonry. For what? Gold?
sound well. That's true. That's fair. But you know, the people have been led to believe, you know, a certain truth, their truth, Caius's truth. Whether that's the actual truth or not for me to say. That what happened with that tower collapsing and those people all getting hurt, you know, if we can uncover the truth of that, that could go a long way in revealing Caius as a charlatan.
I just know it's nonsense. My father would never cut corners. He took pride in his work.
Well, is there uh is there anywhere we could look to see, I don't know, like building logs, messages back and forth between the builders and your father and the quarry? Would you that, having evidence or hell, actually having lack of evidence to the point that he was corrupt could go a long way in convincing the people.
You could visit the Masons Guild or our home in the noble quarter. Otherwise, I have no idea.
Anybody in the village, we could try to seek out? Would you know any of your father's workers?
Bartholomew, if he's still alive.
And he is
He was like my father's right hand man, I suppose.
and he's not here?
I haven't seen him. Oh, God, I haven't seen him. She kind of buries her head into her hands.
Where do you know where in the village he would have been or his house is? I would be, that could be a good place to start to see if he's weathered this storm.
I believe he was 3 homes down from us. He had a pumpkin patch in the front of his. It was strange, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. That's a lead. That's good. And well, with your permission, uh, we could get into your family estate. Although I imagine it's been, well, turned over already. Perhaps there's some hidden rooms or, like a loose flagstone somewhere that, sensitive information would have been kept.
I wouldn't know. Kind of thinks to herself. Maybe Penelope would know?
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll talk to Penelope. See would know anything because that secret correspondent, not secret correspondence, no, a secret stash somewhere that your father could have put things right before you know things happened. Could go a long way in proving his innocence.
She kind of stands up. Should we go wake her now and ask?
No, 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 no. There's nothing we can do tonight. There's no conversation we can have tonight that we can't have in the morning when everybody's better rested.
She kind of returns to her somber expression.
I understand the eagerness to want to do something, but I mean, it's the middle of the night. The only people that are out and about now are, you know, thieves trying to get somewhere.
All right. And you didn't find Caius at all when you were scouting, right?
No. We have a few leads. Uthred told us to seek out Caius's number two, a guy named Benedict. We only went to the town hall and the temple, and he wasn't at either of those places. So next up, we're gonna take a peep at the bank and the barracks, and while we're see if we see him or if we see this Benedict fella. Then honestly, knowing us, we're probably just gonna kidnap. If we run into this Benedict guy, we'll probably kidnap him again, like we did Uthred, and question him. We you seem to be doing a lot of smash and grab jobs.
Who is Uthred to Caius, anyways?
That we don't know. Um, Uthred is the son of Basil's master. He was already on Obeah with, I guess, a mercenary group, and then somehow, some way, he found Caius and now serves him and the people to try to atone or some nonsense like that. I don't buy it. You know, they say Uthred's under the same spell that the people are under, but nah, I think there's something else going on here, another angle.
So you don't think he's under a spell?
I don't know. I want to say no, but that's just because, if somebody's under the spell, they can't really be held accountable for their actions. And I want to hold that guy accountable for some actions.
It's a very serious look on her face. Understood. Well,
So you feeling better?
yes. This Benedict. If you don't find Caius, but you do find him, and you do question him, I would ask that I'm present.
Okay, yeah. If we manage to get him back here, I'll loop you in.
She has a very serious, almost crazy eye look on her. She kind of looks to you and says, "Please do," and then just begins to walk inside on her own volition.
Look at you, Cabby. You can add licensed therapist to your resume now. And he's gonna stand back up, shake his head, and go back to sneaking his way over to Willem's window.
You give you one more chance at a stealth roll here.
Okay.
Much better. You do find his window. No one seems to have an eye on you at the moment.
Um, who's in the room?
You can see William sleeping, his 2 kids, and the wife.
Oh, he's got 2 kids. So there's 4 people in there.
Yes, sir.
Mm. Nah, nah, I'm not gonna risk it again. I'll go back to sleep. I thought his kids were like teenagers and they'd have a separate room.
They are older, but no, they're all staying in the same room.
Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. Okay. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna go back.
Byron, are you still awake?
So if the priests that are in the room don't show any signs of leaving, or I don't hear anything, he'll eventually go to sleep because obviously nothing's going to happen tonight. If, however, he does hear them leave, potentially could still be awake while all this is going on.
You do hear one person leave. Heavier footsteps.
So just the one priestess. Would he go in there? No. I think it would have to be alone. Yeah, if he only hears one leave and he knows there's 2 in the room and the other person doesn't leave within you know, a few minutes to an hour, he'll go to sleep.
And sleep you go. And Kavi, you're able to get back into room without waking Val.
Okie dokie.
And yeah, we'll have ourselves a little long rest. You can hear the rooster crowing for somewhere. We can all rise.
Suppose if we're all meeting up in the if we all end up meeting up in the room, uh Thalrin's still a little bit off-putting. We'll probably just say, so what are our plans now? I would imagine that given the absence of the Dragonborn, mine and Kabi's persona is probably outed by now.
Yes, and I'm afraid I won't be able to walk into town as Holo. There is a former, well, possibly current druid of the Free Green, where I was raised. I saw him in the city. I don't know if he's there still, but he would recognize me immediately. So I'm afraid I will need to stay in animal form if I am to skulk about.
Basil's eyes, excuse me, Basil's eyes kind of get a little wide for a second. Says, wait a minute, wait a minute. Are you saying I have to go in there alone now, or handle all this myself?
I can be a mouse in your pocket.
Surely there are other options here. Eh?
I could attempt to return. However, it would have to be under dire circumstances. I would suggest that Kabi remain back. We could say that he died in the process, and you potentially came along and saved me. Told you about this town, and we arrived here. It would also give us a explanation as to why the Dragonborn is no longer with us. Depending on how strong they know him to be, it could be a difficult discussion. It is not impossible.
Perhaps we could at least say that he's on a longer tracking mission, perhaps? Maybe told you to turn back to say that he'll be gone for a while. It's a tall tale, I know, but potential.
Well, I think that would be a little more believable to them that he had, perhaps discovered some sort of trail or something and left just to investigate, rather than coming up with a story of him perishing out there. I'm not sure they would believe that. I'm not sure I would believe that.
He did seem awfully strong. It's would only help us for a day or two at most before they get suspicious, but that might be all we need.
That could certainly work.
Can I ask another question? What exactly are we returning inside the city for? I know we want to go to the vault, but what are we doing at the vault? And I know we're looking for Caius, but what are we doing once we find him?
That brings up a rather interesting question. I know we are here for Amelia's sake and finding the man who killed her father. But how deep are we willing to go for this?
I think the most surface level thing we can do without too much danger would be the antidote route. I spoke with the nobles. They said they weren't drinking the water, but clearly everyone else was. I discovered this stem next to the well last night. And Holo will procure the stem. It has that subtle sweetness that the water has. It's a plant. It looks like a desert plant, perhaps. But if we can get the priestess on this, if she's able to successfully make an antidote, we put it in the water. And I don't know if that's a silver arrow, silver bolt, I guess. But if the people become not ensorcelled anymore, it will perhaps give us a window to find Caius.
Could we perhaps go out and find more of this plant ourselves and then make the antidote without even going back into the city? Perhaps we could test the antidote and see that it works, and then we go back into the city and hopefully break this curse or spell or whatever it might be.
I can spend I can spend a few moments to analyze both the water and the stem to see if they have any magical capabilities, and then glean what I can from that. We might have a better understanding if this is simply just them using the flour to contaminate the water. This is potentially an easy fix. If it is, however, that they are in unison, there may be a larger game that we don't know of.
Well, if you want to handle magical analysis, I can handle poison analysis, depending on what it is.
Very well. You may all carry on the conversation. I will hear you, but the meditation will take some time to complete. He'll go over to, where where Holo's sitting. He has the stem. He'll take out the vial, and he'll sit for the 10 minutes it takes to ritual cast detect magic.
Cool.
And I guess we just want to do that at the same time, then continue the conversation. That might be easiest.
Yeah.
Cue CSI montage in the lab.
This is crazy that you guys are just both sitting there doing. You're not ritual casting, are you, Hola? You're just casting.
I am.
Oh, you are.
I changed my spell loadout just for this stem.
Kabi and Basil, what are you guys doing while they're ritual casting? If you're doing anything at all.
Where are we again?
Just that main first room. We'll call it your little party hub.
Okay. Are there? Is it where outside that kind of council room we were in, or
Yeah.
the meeting was happening? Okay. I'm gonna go poke my head in there and see if Penelope's there.
Penelope is in there. Looks like she is not agitated. It looks like Amelia is agitated with her.
Oh, I'm gonna approach them, but not like interject yet. If they're having a conversation.
Oh, so you're being quiet.
No, not quiet. It's like I poked my head in the room, if they're talking, I'm just gonna walk up to them and kind of wait for them to address me, unless they're not talking and just want me to butt right in.
I mean,
That's
talk.
maybe being unrealistic. Do you think we could ritual cast and then have all of us chat with them?
I mean, you could probably ritual cast in the room. I don't really know how real ritual casting works.
Yeah, you know what? I'll wait till they're done.
It takes 10 minutes.
Yeah, if you want to poke your head and wait to finish the ritual casting, that's fine. All right. Detect magic. You find nothing magical.
Really interesting. Okay.
Detect poison. You did find a toxin. You did find a poison. And it seems to be some kind of mental poison, though you're not 100% of the effects. But you can tell that it looks like it attacks the nervous system.
Oh, it's a bit foreign to me, but I can tell this impacts someone's mental facility somewhat. I think it's enough that hopefully the sister can maybe create something out of it. But Basil, to your point, we might need more. I did not find this per se. Allure was speaking with the orc that I knew, but with a smirk, she dropped this and walked away with the orc, and I grabbed it afterwards.
As soon as the name of Laura leaves your lips, Basil just rolls his eyes. Doesn't say anything, but just rolls his eyes.
But wherever she got it, I don't know. But I think it's enough to get the sister on it as we continue our reconnaissance, which, to the original point at hand, what else would we do in town? I guess try to find the elf with the soft smile. Not orc, elf. The number 2.
Yeah, and if we want to work the angle of proving, their father innocent, we could also search out for a guy named Bartholomew. He apparently worked for Lord Drake and could be found if he's still alive, in the Noble District.
I like that line of investigation as well.
I also need to have a quick chat with Penelope. I asked Amelia last night if there was any sort of secret stash that documents could have been kept. She said she didn't know, but Penelope may.
That's with a question, just to see.
All of these are great starting points. Wonderful jobs, everyone. But the further questions that I was asking still remain unanswered. Finding these people is absolutely important, but what do we do once we find them? Are we planning on attacking them and killing them, or assassinating them, or do we wish to capture them and take them away? Or I'm just a little nervous about that part of the plan here.
If we could perhaps lead them away as we did Uhtred, that would be the most preferable idea, but given his absence, I highly doubt that would be possible. Any information we can glean from them as potential allies would be useful, but attacking them in the city, I would potentially advise against, given their numbers.
Oh, yes, that would be, of course, very foolish. But perhaps I feel as though we're focusing on too many things at once. Perhaps we pick one specific avenue to focus our efforts, at least for the immediate future, and work on that. I'm afraid that we are attempting to overstretch our resources here.
Then let's select one goal today then.
I personally just would not mind spending a little more time outside of the city and further investigating this poison plant here, whatever it is. If we could perhaps make an antidote, that would make the rest of our plans much, much easier, I think.
I'm a bit surprised to say it, but I agree with Basil. Once we have this antidote, it'll be far easier to get the denizens of the city on our side a better chance against any opposition.
Yeah, perhaps moving slowly is good, but Kabi, I think what you said yesterday might have merit. What's in the vault? That might be our timeline here.
I will say that my interest in the vault is purely for our own benefit, not the benefit of these citizens, so that change anyone's opinion.
It doesn't. It just tells us when, assuming Caius is a charlatan, once the vault is open, he will take what's in there and he will leave. And ultimately, we would bring him to Amelia, and Amelia would decide his fate. So maybe if anything, we figure out how far along they are with the vault.
If in the process of examining this poison, if we could find the antidote and use it on Uhtred, Basil could potentially convince him to play along and get us back into the city on those terms. We would have easier access to potentially Caius or his number two, as well as the vault itself.
I will test it on myself.
No, that is ridiculous. You are the one among us that would. I will test it. You're the only one among us who could actually cure this, or at least with any hope of it.
Maybe. But it's untested. It could harm you.
Yes, well, better me or. Better me than you or Uhtred, of course.
I don't want
I
you to get
have
hurt.
I have some resistance to poison effects. If anyone can test it, I can do so with the least risk.
We don't want you to resist it. That's the whole point of testing it. It's the antidote that we are testing. You have
But
to be poisoned in order for it to work.
if if there's a possibility that there is perhaps a once you feel the side effects, if you could potentially fight them off, I have a better chance of doing so. Uh, as we don't know what effect this might take, if it fully controls our minds, it would have your capabilities potentially, all of your knowledge at worst. And if it is some machination of this Caius, you would be inclined to not only fight all of us, but potentially get away to tell him where we are.
Well,
Well,
there are ropes, and I am very good at tying a knot.
also, I believe you are the bigger threat to killing all of us if it came down to that. I am a little pained to admit. Also, I might have forgotten myself briefly. To clarify, Holo, was this a poison or was this some sort of disease or so? If it's poison specifically, I might have. Well, I might have spoken too soon.
It is a poison specifically, different from a rotting disease.
Well, in that case, Kabi, you are our best bet here, as you have no resistance or immunity to poison. I hope.
And he can't cast magic.
Yes.
Oh, What?
We
I
are.
just imagine all of us just turn and look at Kavi silently in a corner.
You want me to do what now?
We are merely, once we get the antidote prepared, we are going to test it on one of us, and seeing as how Holo is the most likely to cure it, and Sauron and I have some sort of resistance or immunity to poison, that really only leaves you.
Or we have Amelia and Penelope order one of the guards to take it, and then we give him the antidote so that if it doesn't work, Kabi doesn't die.
I don't think there's any real threat of it killing you. If anything, it's more you attacking us and attempting to kill us.
Would y'all kill Kabi if Kabi did that?
No, of course not. Ideally, we would get the antidote working as quickly as possible.
Pinky promise? I'm just messing with you. Yeah, okay, yep, I'll do it. God, God's,
Actually, your statement of him not knowing magic is a bit false, is it not? He can turn himself invisible. That requires some type of magical capability. Are you sure you don't have something you wish to tell us?
I'll just say that that magic doesn't come from me. So, yeah,
While I'm
I'll be fine.
not sure that entirely. What's the word? Assuages Tharin's fears here. I would say that I believe his magic is still far less threatening than either yours or mine, Tharin. I think he is still the best bet in this case.
Very well.
Either way, the antidote must be concocted first, but yeah, we have options when it comes to test subjects.
Yes, we are getting a bit of ahead of ourselves, of course, but when the time comes, Kabi, I appreciate your bravery here, and thank you, sir.
And as for today, if we didn't want to eavesdrop on people around the vault, I'm at least going to reconvene with Allura. I'm to meet with her this morning. I might be able to ask her where the stim came from as well.
Do you require someone to come along? Or are you planning to do this on your own?
I'll likely go in cat form. I was not caught last night. I doubt I'll be caught this morning. You can cast some kind of invisible spell. I guess you could tag along. There's no harm in it.
Yes, I could potentially go invisible. That would only last for about an hour or so.
It likely won't take that long.
Very well. If you wish to give the stem to the priestess, hopefully she can come up with some type of antidote. And while she's doing that, perhaps Basil and Kabi can attempt to assuage. He seemed to be faltering at times with the gaps in his memory. And me and Holo go and meet this Alora.
And this might be a big shot in the dark, but I can nullify some poisons This one might be a bit different, but before I head out, I'll at least take a moment, try it on Uhtred.
Are you certain that it won't harm him at all, right?
Nope. This is normal if you were bitten by a snake and poisoned. Sorry, it may be bad. If you were stung by a bee and you felt the effects of poison, it would cure you. Can you get poison from a snake?
From a snake? Well, I cannot, no, but yes, most people can.
Well, either way, not harmful. Mother did it all the time.
Right, very well. I trust you with this.
As you should. Well, sounds like we have our to-do list for the day then.
Well, let's see how lucky we are.
Luck comes to those that seek it. We shall seek it today. Yeah, in order, this sister, I will give this to him. I will go to Uhtred, cast some magic, and then exit to go find Allura. Sorry for the long list.
You're fine. So, okay. Are you guys going to talk to Penelope or no?
Oh, shit. Sorry, I forgot all about it.
Hey, if you guys don't want to anyway, I don't care. Yeah.
No, I like Zach's thought on asking her about it.
Yeah, fine by me.
Oh, there you go. Uh, by the time you guys finish your little, whatever you got going on, Amelia has left the room. Uh, and alone is Penelope in there, arms crossed, kind of deep in thought.
I will approach her and just go, "Wow, good morning, Penelope, or Lady Drake. I don't know. What do you prefer?"
Captain, I'm just playing. Penelope is fine.
Alrighty. Well, I was talking to Amelia last night, and she seems, well, she's going through it. We think it'll be helpful to resolving this whole problem if we're able to find a way to perhaps prove your father's innocence in the collapse, in the building collapse. So I was talking to her about that, and she, you know, turned me on to finding a man named Bartholomew who worked with your father, but also she said that we could get access to your family estate. Now, by now, I'm anticipating that it's been fully turned over by, you know, the villagers. But would you know of any secret, like, rooms or stashes your father would have had that he could have kept sensitive information in, like building logs, expense sheets, stuff like that? Something that could help prove that he wasn't he did not cut corners in the construction of the building?
Wow, that was a lot. He may have had a safe in his office where he kept some documents. No, I'm not sure it's anything out of the ordinary. They probably got into that.
And That's all you can think of?
Yes, sorry for not being of more help. I was busy working in the guard. Her expression kind of sours as it just goes. I was away from home a bit more than I should have been.
Right. Well, okay. Just thought I'd ask. We'll be going by there and taking a taking a look. Well, sorry to disturb you.
No, actually, I wanted to bring something up to you all. Um, I have given it some thought, and you have all been working very hard to assist us. And just we haven't been as much help. And Amelia is right. We need to do something. I don't know when or how we'll go about it, but if there comes a time and you all need a distraction in town, you can use me.
To what degree?
Bait. I am the standing captain of the city guard or the town guard that was run amok. I am daughter of Sir Jonathan Drake. I am bound to pool eyes all on me to be captured and potentially executed, barring your possible intervention.
I believe that the banker or potentially the priest may prove a better distraction.
That's up for debate. Besides, William would never agree to it, and Isolde would never let you take Theron. I am a more willing participant.
Well, madam, while that is a honorable and noble gesture, I don't believe it has quite come to such dire circumstances just yet.
Of course, I'm just saying, should the need arise for a distraction, I'm willing to play that part.
That is most admirable.
There may be a time when we need such a distraction, but yes, as Basil said, we're not to that stage yet, but if there's a window of opportunity, yes. Or at the very least, if the gods wanted to cause a distraction, I'm sure a few arrows that strike harmlessly in some part of the town might rouse some attention in case we wish to have more attention beyond the east side than the west side. But yes, we will think of ways you can assist, but it'll be more towards the end when we'll need you. I think if
Understood.
anything, your responsibility is to stay rested and keep the morale up, as difficult as that might be.
Yes. Right. Well, like I said, when the time comes, please don't forget.
Oh, if we go to your manor, is there anything you'd want us to bring back for you?
I think Amelia would appreciate our mother's bow, if it's still in there.
We'll look for it. If we're able to get in, if time allows, yes. I think anything that might buoy her spirits would be worthy of our attention.
Okay. Yes. All right. Thank you.
think that's it for that scene, right?
Yep. I guess moving to plans we all had. Unless somebody got something else.
Sorry, remind me of the order. You're going to Azold, and then what?
Isolde's the one who can create antidotes, right?
She's a herbalist.
Yep. So Holo wants to go there, try to cure Uhtred of disease, poison with lesser restoration, and then go see Allura with Thal.
All right. You can find Isolde tending to Father Theron, who's now awake. In the room you saw before, or at least Al and Cobb you saw before.
Sister, I believe I have found an herb that has mind-altering effects. I suspect it is what is causing the ensorceling of the population. Take a look.
Just set it on the table. I'll get to it when I get the chance.
Very good. I do not know if I can procure any more, but be careful. See if you can somehow reverse the effects. It might be what the town needs.
Yes, just her eyes still fixated on tending to Father Theron.
Oh, right. You look like in your own poor shape. Let me speed things along a bit. Hole is going to cast cure, not cure wounds, healing word on him.
You kind of see the big gash on his head close up. And he goes, "Oh, are you a priestess?"
I am Holo the Wise Wolf.
Hmm.
My power comes from nature. Somewhere in nature. Do you feel better?
Yes, much. You can kind of see Isolde start to tear up as she rushes in to hug the good father.
Is she like into him, or is he a father figure to her?
Give me an insight check. It's just like a father figure.
What's the age difference?
It's like it's definitely a large difference. She's a lot younger.
Okay, all right, all right. So I hope you are feeling better, Father. Sister, if you could, the stem, please. Work on it today. I'll come check in with you later today.
Yes, sure, no problem. She's busy sobbing into him, and then Theron kind of looks to you and says, "Yes, I'll make sure she gets into it."
Thank you. Well, stifles a laugh.
The next is Uhtred, who you find Amelia standing over, looking down upon him.
Mistress Amelia, thank you for watching over Master Uhtred for us. If you don't mind, I believe we would ask him a few questions.
She doesn't really respond to you.
Mistress Amelia,
Hmm.
is there a problem here? Is there something that we can assist you with?
No. No, we were just talking. Sorry. She steps back.
Yes, of course. What might you have been discussing, my master here?
I was just curious of his duties for Caius, is all.
Ah, well, I believe many of us had similar questions. What did he tell you, if anything?
He's quite the adequate, for lack of better term, bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter.
Collector. Seems to have been the one to capture my father. Or did you know that already?
I no, I did not know that specific detail. Perhaps you should come out of this room for a moment.
If you're just asking him questions, I'd like to be around.
Yes, of course, but given my history with him, perhaps you could give us a bit of privacy, at least for the time being.
She kind of looks over to you, Holo.
We won't be long. If he says anything that's pertinent to the issues at hand, we'll let you know.
She kind of crosses her arms and says, okay, and walks out.
I'm gonna ask for an insight check here and see if I can read any like malicious intent. Was she like about to attack Uhtred before we walked in there or something, or is she, planning something terrible?
You can give me an insight check.
1+2. Nope.
Can't tell. She was just being very weird.
Yes, well, that was strange.
As someone who often seeks revenge of themselves, if you wish for your master to live, I would not allow her anywhere near him anymore.
Yes, I believe this is another one of those rare moments where we are on the same page, Theron.
Let's see what you can do, Holo. Hopefully this will rid us of this complication.
It's a long shot. If the poison was far away from where I learned what I can do, it's less likely to work, but here it goes. Mr. Uhtred, how are you feeling?
Like you care.
Do you remember why you came to Woodhurst?
Here assisting Caius.
Did he wait and tell you to come here?
Kind of just looks away.
It's unusual to have memory loss for this long. Consider it. Let's stand still, please. Polo is going to try to cast Lesser Resurrection, or Restoration on him. She touches one of his scales on his shoulder. You see a little swirl of sand around her hand.
All right, you casted Lesser Restoration.
Master Uhtred, how do you feel about the ruling class?
What?
Do you support rebellion of peasants, yes or no?
You mean what for Caius? Yes.
It was a long shot.
Well, it was worth an attempt.
At least we now know that the antidote, should one be able to be created, is the only way to reverse the effects.
Antidote or Caius?
Well, and I say this not to be malicious, Basil. We could potentially knock him out and see if we rise him again, he feels any different. There are some effects of the mind that can undone once one is unconscious.
I'm not entirely comfortable with that train of thought there. Um, I'm not entirely sure it's exactly that simple. These people have been under this influence for a number of weeks now. Would there not be a chance that they would have just cured themselves by falling asleep at night, if that were the case?
Well, falling asleep is a voluntary act. The amount of force needed to forcibly knock someone unconscious is a bit different. Rattles the brain, as some might say.
Yes, I suppose that makes some sense. I don't think I'm comfortable with that. Striking noble highborn. No. Let us attempt this antidote first, and well, I suppose if all else fails, then no, I'm not even sure I'd be okay with it then.
Ever the softy, aren't we, Basil?
No, Master Uhtred, I merely don't wish to have your uncle hold me over a well again. He finds out that I was a party to striking nobility. No.
Maybe we'll be lucky and he'll drop you this time.
He did drop me. I was in there for days.
Maybe we'll be lucky and they'll plug it up.
Going to free you. Going to free you. Do not worry, Master Ethelwolf, I will free your son.
Any change of
to
heart on
something.
the knocking out choice?
No, of course not. It's hardly the worst thing he's ever said to me.
Oh, you know what, Master Uhtred? He killed a hobgoblin.
What? Yes, I did. So?
You are
That
not a
kind of
softie.
raises an eyebrow. I have better time believing Thetis is alive and well.
Basil's mouth just like snaps shut at that one.
She speaks the truth. It was rather a brutal end. I don't believe any one of us saw it coming.
Of course, you didn't see it coming because it likely didn't happen. Who's the proof? You all? My captors?
Believe us or don't, it is simply a fact of an event that occurred.
I appreciate what you're all trying to do, but he does not need to believe something like this. In fact, not necessarily comfortable with him believing it, so... Again, I appreciate it, but we can just let that one go.
Fair enough. Sorry if I gave you false hope, Basil. It was worth a shot.
No, nothing to apologize for. Let's get on with finding this antidote. The sooner we do that, the sooner we can start putting all of this right and well behind us.
That's the idea. I think I'm good for a scene change.
Okay. Did you guys want a scene change or did you guys want to stop it here?
It is getting a little late.
Just as such, I feel like we're all kind of slowing down.
Yeah, my headphones died a little while ago, so I just have to do this on speaker right now.
Yeah, we're at like the 4.5 hour mark. That's a long time to do D&D. A good session though.
All right, we'll put a pin in it here. Think about what you guys might want to talk with to Allura. Oh, Basil's going. That's fun.
No, Basil and Kabi were staying behind. It was Thaurin and Holo that were going, I believe.
Ah, right. My fault.
Yeah, we're going and I'm gonna tell Laura that the hobgoblin died. Unless Thal talks
Oh,
around a bit.
You know what? It's suddenly even better that Basil's not going to be there.
ooh, yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Fair enough.
At least that's a thought. I don't know. Maybe game time I might not, but it's like, does Holo live in a dream world and make friends with someone and not say anything about it? Or does she come clean? Also, Allura might not have even known that guy. But if she did, Holo tells her that. Oh boy.
That's gonna be an interesting one.
So I guess